Hello, everybody, and welcome and good day. Happy Sunday to you. Good evening if you're, across the pond, almost going to sleep. But anyway, without further ado, hello. As we play some Cringe gaming. It's that time of the week again. And I think there's a couple good ones in this one in particular. This batch, when I looked at the thumbnails, seemed spicy, to say the least, right? They seemed a little like generic brands or like off-brands versions of other games as well. And this batch that I'm playing now was supposed to be last week, but I was like, I wasn't feeling 100%, so I moved it to this week. And that's kind of, I make up little batches, right? Which is about, 4 or 5 hours, and then we go with that. But anyway, welcome 90210. Welcome Knox, of course. The face says it all. Without further ado, let's get started. All right, Windows build. What is this one? And all would cry. Beware. I don't even remember what this. Okay, yeah, I don't know what this is. Headset warning. Let's begin. Made with Unity. Okay. Right. 90 hertz. It does look doomish. Why? Oh no, it's a 50 hertz. Okay, whatever. Doesn't that look like a 9? It looks like a 9-0, doesn't it? But there's like a 9-9. But see, that 9 is different right there, so I'm assuming that it's different. Like there's a 59, so the 5 looks like a 9. And the reason I think that is because it's a 9 with a little leg, and the other 9 doesn't have a leg. So legless 9s, everybody. Legless. Legless Nines. Now we have no sound. Fantastic. Welcome, Jim. How did it... Alright, start the timer. That face does say it. Alright, let's start. New game. Down the bombed out streets of ruined Los Angeles, you ran the kill gang in hot pursuit. It seems you made a wrong turn. The kill gang in hot pursuit. Enter. Perhaps it was simply survival instinct that led you to seek shelter. Maybe. But perhaps it was fate which led you to seek shelter in the derelict office of Wayfarer Inc. Incorporated. A damsel with a... This font, though. With a decimer in a version once I saw. It was an Abyssinian maid and her... Was it, Dolmesire? Dulcimer? Dulcimer. I don't know what that... Hold on. What the hell is that? Hold on. What is that? A musical... Okay, what does it look like? Dulcimers. Oh, it's a thing that looks like a wobbly... Alright, so people who don't know... Because okay, I pulled up Amazon. Let's not do that. Let's not dox myself, shall we? So for people who don't know, this is what it looks like. A dulcimer. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. I have never heard of this instrument before in my life, but it's a, you know, wobbly violin. Okay. Okay. I saw it was an Abyssinian maid and her dulcimer she played, singing of Mount Abora. Okay. Okay, now it's too quiet. Where's my cursor? That was weird. Okay. Mouse sensitivity is really high. It's got like a original Doom thing going for it. In like style. Music's a little... Oh, Dulcimer. Dulcimer, okay. The C is a bit more S-y, okay. Oh. Oh. No ammo. No health? I think my health is... Okay, my health is... Alright, let's put this in perspective real quick. Let me move this for a moment. So my health is those little itty bitty bars up there at the top. Oh. Right. So we'll do that. I mean, they are super tiny. Alright, one more hit, I will die. Did you play a bard one time, Nox? Is that why you looked it up? Alright, we died. Gotcha, Nox. Okay. So this is, weird. Where did I fall down last time? Oh, here. The fire rate on this pistol is abysmal. Yeah, and they also had like little drone things on them, and they seem to regain health if I'm like... So like, was it? That was 3 hits. Okay, so 3 hits to kill them with the pistol. I thought it was 2. Okay, picked up a key. So it gives us a key card. That's very old school Doom. And I've actually played old school original Doom. This is a really, a slightly more modern version, but crappier. Oh. I took damage for that. So there is fall damage. You see a voice recording of the room you're currently in. Before the steel gate stand 16 men and women. 6 of them are dressed in security uniforms standing behind the computer terminal roughly where you are now. You can see a technician. There's still time to change your mind, the technician says to the group. You can evacuate the rest of us. The 16 men and women look at each other. After a while, one of the men in the security uniform speaks. You know as well as I do that this might be our only chance to see if this works. Flip the switch, close the door behind us, and get out of Dodge. The security technician retreats. Right. I need to make sure, Grant, if you make it, you'll be stranded until we get back to the laboratory. And who knows when that will be, if it's even still standing, and that's if this all works. There's no guarantee you'll survive. So it's like a warp thing. Grant looks around at his 15 companions, as if giving them one last chance to back out. Satisfied, he turns back to the technician and says, it ain't enough to survive, we've got to make it. Minimap would be helpful, yes. The technician sighs and presses a few keys on the keyboard. He shouts to a second technician standing in the booth to the right of the gate. Disengage locks. Locks disengaging, responds the technician in the booth. Initiate that. Oh, first technician pauses as if reconsidering his words. He corrects himself. Perform the ritual. Lock engaged. Yeah, this is a definitely. I need the red key card. Yeah, this is like a college assignment Doom clone. I think this was just somebody's exam. You know, one thing I need to start doing too, that I forgot to do is, for these games, I need to say how much that they're charging for them. Because that would be interesting now, wouldn't it, to know that fact? Because I tell you, some of the games we've played, none of them have been under $5. Well, most of them have been $5 to $3, and a lot have been like 20 to 15 American. So like a lot of those novel games and like the Milk Babies and all that, there's like $8 or something. 8 to 15 bucks. Nothing's been above 25 for sure. I agree. Disengaging lock. Lock disengage. Activate gate from main terminal. Must be the people who made this. This has got to be the makers of this game. Which, for a game like this, why would it be so many people? That would be my guess, though. I have no confirmation if that was the names of the people, though. Todd, are you dead? No. Holy shit. Todd, I don't feel dead. Although, to be fair, I've never been dead before, so I wouldn't know. Grant, we made it. We goddamn made it. You hear the sound of cheers. Rebecca, we should save the celebrations for once we've taken stock of our surroundings. You're right, we're setting foot on a new world after all. But God, it's a paradise. Frank, order, sir? Alright, we need to find a place to set up our base camp. Let's make like the ancient Greeks and pick somewhere high up. It'll give us a good vantage point of our surroundings, and it'll be defensible in case we're not alone in this world. Make like the ancient Greeks, because that's a common thing to say. It must have also been his Greek professor. Yeah, because you're going to send a history professor to an alien planet, not a doctor, engineer, fighter. Of course. Do people not realize that a history professor specifically would be one of the very last people to send to colonize something? You wouldn't. I'm sorry, you wouldn't send me unless I'm trained in something that would help very specifically, whether it be fixing something, growing food. Now, a biologist? Maybe. Yeah. Or Mord. Yeah, Mord's indestructible. Right. You know what? I have not a clue in the world, Jim. It's a good question. Yeah, paradise with things around that want to eat me. Makes sense. Looks like you've got your work cut out for you. Huh? Oh yeah, it's fucking incredible. Oh, yay. It certainly is that. It's hard to believe. Plenty of plants, no sign of intelligent life so far. If something doesn't turn up, I might be out of a job. He laughs. Okay. 2 names. One is Arnold, so Arnold's here. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. If anyone spots some curved arrows or happens to trip over a Rosetta Stone, be sure to let me know. Hell, man, I won't know until the sun goes down and Margaret and I can take a look at the night sky. We don't know where we are, how far or how fast we traveled. How we traveled in the first place. Hell, if we traveled. What do you mean, if we traveled? Look at where we are, dude. This ain't where we were a few minutes ago. There's 4 pages of this. Yeah, we started in LA. That's exactly right. We started in LA running from a gang, and then now somehow we're in a Doom... We went to a Doom thing, and now we're in some planet. How do you know it was a few minutes? I mean, here, let me have a serious question. Okay, so this is foreshadowing. We don't know how the ritual that got us here worked. The only reason we know it could work is because we got a message from light years away containing instructions. The message was in Russian. Claimed to be of human origins. Okay, so if we believe that, we know it worked because who else did they get that far away that fast? We've been out of our solar system, but a handful of Soviets managed to get 35 light years away. So how far did we move? How fast did we move? It felt instantaneous or near enough. Does that mean we beat the speed of light or bypassed it somehow? A wormhole beats the speed of light. That's Einstein. That's wormholes, people. If you're a scientist, you would know the wormhole theory, and that's a thing. If we translate it translated instantaneously through space. Who's to say we didn't also move through time? Well, time is relative? No? Space-time's the same. Okay, anyway. We're dealing with the unknown here. As unknown as you get. Man, we don't know shit. We have traveled 30 light years in a millisecond, or 300. We could have stayed in place and jumped 50 years into the future. I doubt 50 years would be like this in the future, so that wouldn't make much sense. Or the past. Past wouldn't make sense 50 years if we're in LA and there's gangs around, so we're at least in the 1930s. I'm thinking modern times. Or in the past, the galaxy spun around us. We could be millions of light years and actually years away from home, for all we know. Maybe, just maybe, when the sun goes down, we can look up into the night sky and... Right, okay. Okay. Also, if they're worried about time, right, and if they want to look at the night sky to figure out where they are in the solar system, that makes no sense, because speaking of time, if you traveled through time 300 light years in a certain direction, certain stars wouldn't exist anymore, because right now we can see starlight from stars that are dead. It's just that their light is still traveling through space. Time. They would be dead. Like, for instance, when we saw the picture of the black hole, that had already happened. It's just passing through time. Like a hologram type of situation. Anyway. They keep focusing on if the sun goes down. Okay, maybe if this alien archaeology thing doesn't work out, this alien archaeology thing doesn't work out, I could take up astrophysics. Don't do that. I don't want a flying car from you. All right, let's get to carried away. Laugh. Awkward. We've barely seen what this planet is store for us. Maybe we'll get to the top of a cliffside and see a crumbling city or an ancient ruin. Or not very much crumbling city armed with weapons unknown to man and a severe dislike of strangers. Keep in mind that our first priority is survival. How did you know, like, you could breathe the atmosphere? And what about, like, other bacteriums of, like, these are things that are a big factor, like, what's the nitrogen level? Where's the thing that's testing the air to determine these things? That's the first thing you would do, right? And you would be in a spacesuit, right? Because you don't know what's going on. And again, we know the dangers of going to somewhere and diseases because smallpox. When Columbus came over to the New World, it was not very good. And Spaniards went down to South America. Wasn't very good. Good old pox blankets. Right, don't run off. Don't run off half-cocked because you're impatient to make a discovery. We've got to be curious or cautious, at least until we know what sort of threats this planet holds. I hear you, but it's hard to believe that this planet could hold any sort of threat. I mean, just look at it. It's so idyllic. Oh, God. Okay. That was like 10 minutes, but I'm glad I read that because that was just... That was something. Yeah, and that's a person with sense. I've seen these type of towers before. I know it. You know what? Again, this feels like a group project, right? And then somebody was like, "Okay, I've got this bit of the project. And there was no cohesion of anything. That's exactly what it feels like. What the hell is out here? One guy's like, I'll do the coding. And I like Doom, so I'll just do that. It's simple and da 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 da. Okay, hold on. I know I can put this 3 somewhere. Looks to my name. Take the bloody tiles. No. Hold on a minute. I had it. Arnold, anyone got a hourglass? Someone get the doctor! Oh fuck, what happened out there? We made first contact. Go get Theo. On it. What the hell happened? We got jumped by something. It started flying at us. Station took a nasty fall. We managed to get away from the hostel. Okay, Frank, I got the bastard. I'm telling you, I got the bastard. Okay. I came as fast as I could. Jason, try to follow this light with your eyes. Okay, you're going to be alright, Rebecca. Grant, help me move into the infirmary. What did this? What do you mean, what did this? You already know you don't know what did this. Some native flew out and knocked him off a cliff. Okay. Looks like a broken leg. I know for sure until I get a better look at him. Did you get a look at what did this to him? If we're dealing with an alien life form, I need to know if there's any chance he got bit or stung by anything. Put him in quarantine no matter what. It was the strangest thing. It happened pretty fast, so I didn't get a good look at it. Well, Frank said he got the bastard. Does that mean it killed? This is our body? But didn't look anything like what you'd think of an animal, even an alien one. No mouth, no teeth, no claws. It was just a shape, a solid shape. So we're fighting. Wait, I saw a cube. Oh. So we're fighting geometry. Is what this is, basically. Our enemy is circles, squares, and triangles. A three-dimensional space. Look, all them squares attacking us. No! What are these? Hexagons? Octagons? What are these? And one of those cubes took out poor Jason. Apparently Theo's the doctor. Who's Rebecca in this even? Hexagonal, yeah, prisms. Yeah, that's right. Prisms because they're 3D. They've almost got like a Kingdom Hearts thing going for them. Of like some like little monster that's come about. To like get summoned out of the ground, Kingdom Hearts style. Ooh, another black box. Hello. One page. In Xanadu, did Kubala Khan a stately pleasure done decree. It took us the better part of the fucking hell. Okay. Took us better part of the week to set up base camp. Took the lead, okay, to the people. Make sure we had the basic necessities accounted for. It's far from the comforts of Earth, but it will be a relief to sleep inside of an environment-controlled geodesic dome instead of a flimsy tent. You guys were sleeping in a tent? Now has started planting the seeds we brought from Earth. Hopefully they grow soon. Okay, a man can eat condensed rations for only so long. Why would you plant with a hope? Yeah, it seems that way. You wouldn't plant with a hope. You can test soil to see if something will grow. They're scientific. I know that's a thing you can. Okay, anyway, okay. We'll gradually build our own facilities in the coming weeks and months, but for now we have a home. See, this is somebody who's like only knows science through a video game. Right? I'm not a scientist. I have a novice understanding of things with science. Right? But I understand. I understand enough that I can see that face when we read the lore and what's going on is exactly the mental image I'm making. Right. Yeah, I'm not a scientist, but I can have some common sense of like science of like, hey, yeah, you can test soil because there are only certain things, or certain levels everything needs to be, or idealistic levels for things to grow. Also, again, no word on testing the atmosphere. Like, and also things like the sun and UV radiation levels and all these kind of things matter. Like, a great example is the Arctic Circle, trees don't grow. Anyone know that? That's really interesting, isn't it? It's because of the way the sun is, the way it hits the planet. So where you are on a planet matters. Like, all these things matter. Granted, they're not planting a tree, but like that bit of knowledge is like, oh, right. You think in a three-dimensional space and go, okay, you're trying to judge your position and understanding. That's something that's very relevant. Temperatures, you know, it's going to be cold at night. I mean, there's so many factors like that. Again, I'm not a scientist, but I know this. All right, let's pull this up real fast. Which one was it? Was it this one? Yes. And also, they named their game right when I downloaded it. The game, I can always tell when a game's going to be a bit clunky because it'll be a generic Windows build. That's the name of the download game file for that game. And then you open it up to that. Bravo! Bravo! If they don't have effort to name their download file or their exe, I mean, that's like step one. Hey, what do you... It's like picking names at the end of a D&D campaign because that makes sense now, doesn't it? Just... God, it's just simple logic. See, this is also why it's important, right? To... Especially in a group project, everyone wants to kind of be friendly and make friends. And if you're there to make friends, then you'll get something like what we played, for instance. I'm assuming that's what that was. If that's what it felt like. You get a good game or you get a good project when everybody purposely does things to rip apart your idea. Rip it apart. If it's a good idea, it'll stand. Right? That's just... You gotta be willing to be open to have whatever you come up with be completely shit on. It makes for better things. It does. It just does. Anyway, headphone warning. I'm done with my rant. All right. And for the record, I get plenty of my shit gets shit on all the time. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's bad. All right. Well, I'll do something else. It's not that hard. Failing's easy. All right, headset warning. Graphics quality. Very high and it's recommended. Oh. Enigma servers. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Bueller? Bueller? No. Right. Due to the nature of this exercise, AI has become unstable. Time to say hello. Don't worry, it doesn't bite. Alright, I need to start the timer. Hold on. Welcome, human. Demos. Dem and then OS for operating system, I'm assuming. Yeah, like a Fallout, like the hacking computer. Yeah. Great! I know I am. And however, before we continue, let's make sure this isn't a one-sided conversation. After all, that's what the use of training AI that doesn't listen to its students. Let's talk. Oh, God. Oh, my typing's gonna be shit. Okay. I love to see participants who can take instructions well. You'll fit in well here. What is Dreamscape? I don't know. Okay. What goes on inside the mind of an android? Okay. Dreamscape technology can finally answer this question. Dreamscape allows us to virtually explore an interactive 3D representation of an AI's mind. From here, we can get a better understanding of what and how they learn about their world. Okay. If you are successful in this training exercise, you will have the chance to explore the dreamscape of a real AI. Welcome to your dreamscape terminal. So this is the game. From here, you can ask about any words I say that appear in square brackets, and I will tell you more about them. I'm going to type level 1. Okay. Getting to know each other is essential for optional communication toward. Okay. No! It is my duty to get to know my participant before we begin this exercise. Don't worry, you're still my best friend. It's also worth noting that you are the first human I have ever come into contact with. However, I feel as though my statement still stands. That's not true, because whoever made you is the human, and if you're self-aware, you would know that. So you've come in contact with a human, or at least your parts have come in contact with a human. You know what best friends do, right? That's right. They tell each other their names. My balls, huh? Sure is a nicer name than Demos. I'll give you that. And tell me, my balls, what age are you? I'm 28. Oh, fascinating. You know, they say that humans in their 20s are in the prime of their lives. I'm curious as to why you are spending the prime of your life inside talking with the AI, however. Ah, so you sound like my 60-year-old grandma. Right, Knox? That's right. It's called the emotion of entertainment or joy, making fun, venting by doing something stupid like comedy. Oh! No. Moderately successful. Fine. Okay, hold on. That is very loud. Mouse sensitivity is low as hell. And again, Jim, I have no idea. Why is the chair glowing? Um. Alright, so I guess we go back down. Um. Was there something with that gate that maybe I'm unaware of? There, okay. Sure. At least we figured that out. Hide it behind the door, because that makes sense. That statue has boobs. First code was that of a female figure. Makes sense. Door locked. Okay. 93F. Oh, we're near the computer room. Is it a puzzle? "493F is a code. Maybe go put that in the computer. What did this even do? Oh. Yeah, it makes the chair glow for some reason. Now, what does this do? Oh, it turns the hallway on. Okay. This is a complete dead end. All right. "493F. Huh! I've unlocked level 2. I'm a gamer. I understand the ununderstandable. Let's delve deep into the training simulation, shall we? Type a level from the list, or... Wait. Not a vision. It was a memory. This robot talks like a chick. I just remember something about myself. I knew it was more interesting. Ask about me, your best friend. Well, I have you. I remember something else, too. Decontamination code. Okay. So now we know that there's actually a code you're looking for. Ballroom? Info. Simon says, could one of three. Is that supposed to be a number? I don't know what that is. This code is split into 3 parts. It looks like an eye from a distance. Alright, so I might be the first bit of the code. Okay. So that door is locked. C. I see. Next bit might be U. Oh. Blue, red, 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 blue. Okay. So it said 4-5, and that's the middle part of the code. So 4-5. Right? Yes, it's the middle part of the code. 4-5. So let's listen to that again. 4-5. Up, up, down, left.
5-2.
5-2. So 5-2-4-5. Reflection. So it should be red, blue, blue, red. No. Oh. So green, red, green, or red, green, red, green. Okay, we'll try both. Since it's reflection, it'll be opposite to my instinct. So my instinct is green, red, red. So we'll do red, green, red. But there's not a green. See, those are both yellow. Blue and yellow make green. Or, yeah, blue and yellow make green. Right, so... That's a bit of a... Alright. Unless... The reflection... Oh! Wait a minute. Perfect contrast to red is blue, and perfect contrast to green is... No, green and red are perfect. Purple and yellow are perfect contrast. Blue and red are perfect contrast, and... No. It's red and green are perfect contrast. I forget what blue's... Blue is orange. Blue and orange are perfect contrast. So is there more to the reflection than this? How do we do anything without green? I don't understand that. Oh. Left is green. Okay. Four. Okay. 4. Let's try that again. Let's try the other. Okay. Now there's the letter C over here. Remember the last one had a number or a letter at the end, but you C will be at the end. So we'll put C at the end of this. So let's do 5, 2, 4, 5, 4, 4, C. So seed was not a part of it. Ah, that would have been cool. 5, 2, 4, 5, 4, 4. I'm doing really great. Fantastic. I'm in a natural, yeah. So it says when Dreamscape officially launches, so basically we're in early access. I'm used to doing everything in early access and beta because everything nowadays is released early access and beta. A full finished game? No, that's an old concept. That's a boomer thing. Some more memories came back to me. Level 3. Tarzan? Hope no one has to pee. Indeed, Jim. Or it's got like bad horror game graphics. We're typing in gun. Oh, maybe that'll give us a gun and then we'll be able to break the door. I'll give this game one thing. It's at least kind of interesting. We got the gun plug-in. Go figure. Ha! D. Okay. When textures are weird like this, man, it hurts my eyes. Makes me a little disgruntled. Indeed it does, Jim. Good point. Ah. I'm Hacker Man. I wish it wasn't so dark, because god dang, is it really, really, really dark. DC. I can't see anything. shall never know. That's this game, which was really weird, really, really dark. Kind of a slow start. I'll give it that it's interesting. I wouldn't say good, but I at least kept my attention for 30 minutes. Right. Okay. Next game. Alright, what's this? Oh, Rex, another island. Okay. Headphone warning. Let's begin. Let's do this. That's a web setup. We don't need to do that. English. All right, that's 5%. All right, let's start up the timer. I don't know how to go forward. This is where Barney went. Oh, Z is jump. Okay, that's... Yeah, because my pinky definitely wants to go that way. Why the hell would you make... Okay. Welcome, combat. Okay. Can I change the controls? It shouldn't be Z. Alright, fine. I'll do my arrow keys in Z. That'll work. WASD apparently is just not allowed. Oh, that X is a weird thing. Gives us like a preview though. I have it at like a 60-40, honestly, combat. No matter what, it'll be November 1st, and depending on the reviews and what's going on, will be a big factor. Because it'll be after I do scary games. Chat, any opinions on this game? Yeah. Welcome, Mighty Jack! I see combat. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the beta testing. One thing I've learned this year is every single game that I was like, oh, hey, let's give it a shot, turned into shit this year. So now I'm toward the end, I'm like, I'm giving every game a very healthy bit of like, I'm gonna wait. Humankind kind of burnt me because it seemed interesting, but that was about it. I couldn't change or do things that I wanted. There's some little cringy game called T-Rex Island, Mighty Jack. Oh, you're fine, combat. No worries. Not only that, right? Every game, it's not even price, right? I'd be willing to pay $100 for a game, no problem. No microtransactions, and it's finished. No day one patches. Give me that, and I'll pay $100. Simple. Simple to say, not simple to code or do. I'm guessing that my goal is to get all the coins. Or, in this case, the rings. Yeah. Also, Nintendo, it came in a cartridge. right, for the Nintendo Switch. It had to be finished. It had to be play tested a lot. So right now, for instance, Age of Empires 4 is using everyone's hype to playtest their game for free. That's what betas are. No, I wouldn't. Not necessarily, Mighty Jack. It depends. They're like copyright Nazis for one thing, and if they cared about the game, their games, and what kind of joy it brought people, they wouldn't be copyright Nazis, and they wouldn't hold their catalog of amazing IPs, right, of original titles. That there are hundreds of which they have just old systems never brought back, no means to play unless you know, do things on the internet. And for instance, right now, it should not be impossible for me to go get a Switch. But they purposely do the scarcity things so they can charge high prices, so. No company is like the golden child. We learned that from CD Projekt Red, and I'm sure we'll learn that from Software. Unfortunately. Copyright isn't a bad thing? No, it's not. It's just when it's done in a malicious intent. Also, welcome, Boshin. See, there's a lot of companies that say that something infringes on their copyright to get rid of parody or to get rid of criticism, right? This is a fine line that is there. Also, if someone makes something that's better than the original in popularity because it's a parody of the original, they can get rid of it out of spite. A lot of companies have done that. It's one of those things that it's not a shoe that fits all situations. Or yeah, the shoe does not fit every foot. It depends on the situation. And the only way for it to work out well is for the companies to act genuine. But depending on the company, they're not going to do that. It all depends. Okay, that's kind of difficult. Here's a big little secret. Assuming that something else has your best interest at heart is not the case. It's never really a good thing to keep in mind. Everybody who's running everything is a person. A person's natural instinct is to keep their best interest first. There's nothing cruel about that. That is just a human nature thing. You cannot assume that. That is a mistake. You can hope for that, but prepare for it not to be the case. Exactly. Correct. But once you've attained a lot of power, and you already have become a monopoly, see, the problem with music is if somebody, like right now, like if I turned on Spotify and played the top 10 most popular songs right now, That would be like me acting like a radio station. And I don't think that would be correct. Right? That's blatant. Now, if I say, like, say for instance, took I Like Big Butts and I Cannot Lie, the song, and then took the beat of it and then parodied it to make a goof with another game and changed out the words, and then they still flag that, that's different. The problem is that they're all relying on a computer program which can't decipher between those. Comedy parody, and criticism. Comedy parody and criticism should not be infringed, which is the point of fair use. But the problem is there's a shit ton of people on the internet who have also abused that just as much as the companies. And it's one of those things, right? It's think of it like a war. Both sides have just kind of taken the piss, would be one way to look at it. So they don't believe that the other one has the other one's, what's the word I'm looking for? Best at heart. Because, like, for instance, if I play a song and every so often I'm pausing the song and criticizing, say, how they're forming their lyrics or the musical composition of the beats, like if I'm criticizing it and giving a review of the song as to why you should listen to it or why you shouldn't, that can then be taken away. But see, here's the catch is, oh god, that is really awkward. I don't like this. How in the hell do you do that? And also, combat, that's fine and dandy. But there's also... what's the time in the top left? So, the time in the top left is we're doing cringe gaming. And basically what that means is we give a game 30 minutes to see if it's any good or if it's any fun. Right? We just goof around with it and see what's going on. Then we go to the next game. And we've had some doozies, let me tell you. So, what you see is a timer of how much we're going to be playing with this game for the format of cringe gaming. I did not mean to hit X just then. So this game is got... I think everyone said it in the very beginning and hit it on the head. Knox said it best. Newgrounds. It's got this, like, cutesy little Newgrounds thing. You know, it's not anything super special, but it's nothing really bad. It's just a cutesy little game made. Everything works, pretty simple mechanics. I still don't know what the bubble's for. And the platforming is gradually getting more and more difficult, which is satisfying. Oh. So it can warp us. Okay, I don't want to be warped at the moment. That's kind of interesting. Okay, combat. I'll keep that in mind. Sometimes platformers will make me rage. Metroid's a great example of this. Oh, good old platforms. I've had my love-hate of Super Meat Boy a fair bit, so. Uh-huh. The music is kind of nice. Although I am stuck down there. All right. Ah! Yeah, this is a great, like, little, yeah, little pass the time. This is a great, like, waiting room game. The only thing is that gravity is a little aggressive in this, I would say. The down gravity. Ah, man, that's difficult. And there's like a little path that it wants you to take to try to get all the coins. Trying to like barely push forward. Ah. Yes. Yeah, it makes you... And the way it works is that every checkpoint saves the fact that you got those coins. Right, so... That's true, Potion. Maybe you don't care. I'm okay, but... How about you? You and your mom doing well, Potion? Good. Damn. Ah! By the way, the thumbnail for this game, when I downloaded it, was very corny, so I thought it would be something kind of cringy. But nah, it was something not bad. Ah! Ah! No. All these games that I've been playing, I got from a bundle a long, long time ago. Of a lot of games. But, eventually we'll be moving to some free games on Steam. And I've been recommended, and we've done a couple on them as well. I kind of find these wherever I can get them. Pretty much. In summary. Ah! I did not want to do that. Oh, that's awesome combat. I wish I had an original Atari next to me. Can I make that? Apparently I can. Okay, this platforming is getting really difficult. Oh, ha ha! Oh, god dang. Like, sometimes I can, like, land on him, and sometimes I can't. Oh, it only gave me one jump. I didn't have my double jump. Because I fell off. Because, so, if you fall off, you get one jump. And if you jump, you get another jump. Damn. Oh, there it is. Good eye gem. I did not see that. Oh, come on. Where did you come from? You have to perfectly, like, hit them on the head. See, now he's going sideways. So trolly. Right. Wow. God, I don't like the hitboxes of these things. At all. I can one cycle that. Let me die real quick. What even killed me? Okay, I'm trying to go to the left of the platform and like, I'm like standing here and getting hurt. Nope. Damn, I have to jump at the last moment for that one. Like toward the edge of that. And I wish I had momentum. That's a very difficult jump. I wonder if I have to jump on them. But you don't get another jump if you jump on them. But anyway, that is what game was this? Rex Another Island. Huh. Kind of. Definitely a. Anyway, alright. Next game. What do we got here? Volo Airport. Alright. Let's do it. Headset warning. Or headphone warning, I should say. Could be super loud. Tell me. Okay. I guess this is news from the... Okay. Let's turn it down. Definitely turn that shit down. Not logged in. There's no options to make this full screen, which is unfortunate. Okay, my mouse is controlling this. Okay. A lot of speed. Uh-oh. Parachutes for everybody! Parachutes! Parachutes! Pink, purple. Oh. I crashed the game. Oh. Oh. Right. Right. Hasn't even been 3 minutes and we managed to crash the game. Well, the game hasn't told me what anything is meant for, honestly. And if there's a mechanic like that, of course I'm gonna abuse it. Alright, so we can hold for parachute. Q and E once we do that. We can respawn the wing chute. We can affect our yaw with Q. Okay, what's the way the hell up here? Alright, well let's just go down. I'm trying to kind of get a feel for going left and right. That's me moving my mouse left and right. Moving my mouse forward. We do a little spin. Yeah! Alright. Alright, so we slow down. We put our pitch up, which again makes sense. Yeah, we'll have to respawn. Let's try. That's very right. That's that's difficult. It's very difficult to control. It's very sensitive. So I'm trying to like pitch down and it won't do it. Okay, we got one. Where's the other one? Parachute? Let's try parachute. I'm gonna try to, let's try to land. Problem is the mount up here is gonna be very windy. So basically this is a physics engine game, but for wingsuits. Oh, there's a wind turbine. Oh well. I am very interested in whatever that is. Let's go see if we can hit it. Come on. Yeah. Stay to the side of the mountain. Alright, down. There we go. Alright, a little bit of an updraft. Now we'll turn. Bring our speed down. And I want to hit the wind turbine. Oh, man. We could do some pretty rad little tricks, though. Woo! We broke our left foot. And we can start over. Alright. So I could do WASD. Woo! What happens if I do nothing? What do you think happens? What do you think happens, chat? I will do nothing. Let's see what happens, shall we? We go with the wind. Will we hit the side of the mountain? I don't know. And parachute deployed successfully. Parachute? No. Alright. It's kind of cool how you can control things. Alright. Can we go... So now we can just cruise. I don't know why it's getting nighttime. I'm gonna try for that ring. Is that downhill jam? Is that what that says? I keep hitting R. I keep hitting R instead of T. Uh-oh. That's really fun to do, just to press this button. Alright, I don't think there's anything else with this game. With this game! My entertainment value of, ooh, I'm falling is now done. It's over. That's, that face says it all. Alright, let's reset the timer. Another game. What do we got here? Love is what this game is called. Okay. I do have controller. Okay. Alright, let's start the timer. I don't know why some of them don't start in full screen. YOLO. Oh, is that so, Jim? The music ain't bad. Just a smidge. Okay. Blind falls are not fun. This is basically Pixel Mario, where we can make our own checkpoints. It's not bad though. It has the same kind of momentum thing where if you run, you don't have to jump a one block gap. That's kind of cool. Which that's a Mario thing. And in this, you literally have to be pixel perfect. Ah. This is a kind of game that you would find, honestly, on the Atari. Speaking of Atari. This game, honestly, you know what this character reminds me of? Yeah, Newgrounds. You remember the Atari game where you could shoot, like the duel, and when you shot your little pixel, it would destroy the wall of the pixel? Wow, that hitbox. That's what this game reminds me of a little bit. I forget what that game was called. But it was like a cowboy shootout game. And your goal was to like hit the other cowboy, but you had to like destroy the wall. It's an Atari game. Could be Sheriff, yeah. You used like a cactus for cover. I believe so, yes. Alright, so I'm not meant to go up there. I'm meant to go... That momentum... So you have more momentum when you go forward with a jump. Game and watch. I don't know if that Mighty Jack. Damn. Yeah. This is a great example of somebody who made a game and they took simplicity to heart and made a good game. It does one thing and it does it right. Ah, gotta wait. So now, something really good to do, right, when you have a game like this, is once you have mastered, say, something like this, a good idea is to then you add to it. Once you have a core bit of simplicity like this that's super effective and done very, very well, if you want to go further, you then add complexity. And it can be more than just ways in the game, it can be other things too. Ah. There we go. Well, I think with 22 lives, I think that's what that indicates. Yes, it does, Euron. That's a good point. That's another game. I do know of the game you speak of. Ah. Waited too long. We made it pretty damn far. I thought the teeth would hurt me. Damn. That's a satisfying sound. Oh, we can now. Oh, okay. I'm kind of curious what happens if we die. I think we go all the way to the beginning if we lose all of our lives. It would make sense. Ah. I gotta remember to drop my checkpoint at times. Ah. Cycle's bad now. Oh, we got one life. Yep, that's it. Final score. Grade F. And there is, Jim. Yeah, there is a YOLO and a speed run and all that as well. Well, that was cute and nice. Where do you see 60? Oh, yeah, 62%. That was a lot of fun. Ah, the game's called Love. Ah, give it some love. Thumbs up, not cringe. Fantastic. All right. Land of Glass. Okay. Headset warning. Let's see what we got. Land of Glass. Good thing I said headset warning. That is why I say that. That's 1% now. All right. I like this art though. This is cool. Just, it's got to start out super effing loud. All right, let's go with that. Good music though. All right. Select. Okay. I'm gonna pick that one. That one. Oh, we have to pick one. Oh. Let's go with Revenge. We'll go normal. Okay, this looks kind of interesting. They said no. They said no. Are you surprised? Yes. Yes, I am. Why? Are you not? No. Of course you aren't. We've had this conversation before. How can you be so cynical? The guild has given me no reason not to be. The guild is strict because Savorta demands it. Their hands are just as tight as ours. Yes. Do what they do. Yes, do what they do and make this about that cursed lake. Savartuda isn't our prison warden. TY, the guild is, and they always have been. TY. Oh, for his name, short for his name. The lake is important. We were put here to protect it. The dragons. I don't care. I just don't care. I'm not sure I ever did. I cannot raise my family here, and you should not raise your family here either. Deep down, you know I am right. What was that? What the freezing hell? Okay, this is very interesting. Attack cards. Attack by placing cards. Attack by placing attack cards on the attack grid. Okay. Attacking lowers the opponent's defenses so damage can be dealt. Okay. Defense cards. Defend by placing defense cards on the defense grid. Damage is dealt when an attack is greater than the opponent's defense. The greater the difference, the more damage dealt. Okay. Damaged opponents are knocked backward. Knock all opponents off the playing field to win. Right. Successful attacks lower the opponent's stamina. Add cards. Click to move them to the deck. Use the mouse wheel to scroll through the inventory. Okay. What was that? I don't know. I've never seen anything like that. I like it. Look, they're everywhere. Are we being invaded? My family. TY, Ty, they're in danger. We have to find them. Okay. Okay. This game is very interesting. TTRPG means yeah, tabletop. Yeah. Interesting. And do you see how this game starts you off to learn the game? How it just like get in battle, start doing things, and it's like, oh, this means this means that, one little thing at a time. This is how, and they told a whole story of world development in a very short, precise way in the tavern. That was nice. The art style and the way everything is going pulled me in. I'm like, hey, all right, let's keep going. Now I want to keep going. This is how you do that, right? You don't dump a whole bunch of crap on. There we go. That was close. That's a good question, Knox, and probably the case. Yeah, if when we had to pick a character from the beginning, there might be little self-contained stories indeed. Right, really clear. The monster didn't just kill, they infect. I don't understand. Answers can wait. I need to find my wife and daughter first. None of this matters until I know they're safe. Right, so immediately generates mystery. Like, again, the way that this does things is a great example of how when you play a bad game and then you play a good game, you see the difference. It's so clear. Why not just do that? Ugh. Damn. Alright, I'm gonna wait on that card. I don't think so. Maybe. Oh, it looks like, yeah, I can. Oh. Oh, so what we see... Okay, that's the enemy's defenses that we see. I understand. So when we see that, when we're placing the cards, we're seeing what their white is, their defenses, the cards they have. So if you keep hitting the same spot. Right. Yeah, that's really interesting. Now that I understand that, I can kind of like, you can preempt like, okay, break this side, break that side, start defending, and then you can go. Oh, that's actually really cool. I love that animation. Their guard posts mean nothing today. I've never seen them so empty. That's right, Nox. Perhaps they've called elsewhere to better protect those in the city. Ha! No, they fled in terror, and once I find my family, I plan on doing the same. We cannot stop this, Tai. I don't know what it is, but we cannot stop it. We cannot abandon the lake. Yes, we can, and now might be our only chance. Realistic approach, but come on. Right. Now that I understand how this works, this is way easier. This game is really fun. It's really satisfying because you start to think ahead of like, okay, start breaking down this shield, heal over here. What's the attack? And then, okay, I'll break that one. Now he's open here. So once you break down their shield, right, whatever excess damage you do is what starts pushing them back. And so your goal is to keep getting them pushed back. So you want to make sure that you are doing like, say, if they've got 2 to the 3. If you've got a 3, you want them to have a 1 and. Right. The fire, I don't think is that good. That seems like a better card. This is a very fun game. Yeah, you're rewarding. Everything is kind of flowing. You understand what's going on. Everything about this makes perfect sense. Adds defense to your defensive grid. Why are these considered different? Oh, you see it works. See the 3 lines? It'll add 2 to each of the lines. It's AoE. That's right. Oh, that's cool. Weight of my deck. Ah. Alright, we'll do that. Oh, it's empty. Why is my home empty? Daru! Arzola! I see no signs of struggle, perhaps. So, right there, when he said, I see no signs of struggle, that short statement instantly makes me picture a home. No signs of struggle, just empty. But everywhere is panicking. So, that gave you a huge description of what was everything that was going on without really giving a description. Because it let me fill in the gaps. That's key. And everyone filled in the gaps in a different way because of how they portrayed an inside of a house of this setting. The guild hall. Everyone has been running towards the guild hall. It's where the guards would be sent. They'll be up there along with my wife. We'll find them. Yeah. Again, knowing how people work and playing into that makes that an engaging story. Right? The need to be over descriptive can be useful for when people want that and you put that on a side setting, which is why they have like books and games and lore dumps and stuff on the sides where it's optional. Because some people want to dive into that and some don't, or you want to be able to kind of to do that. The guild would never let the likes of my family enter its halls. I work for the guild and so does my wife. Trust me, our families are safe. See, and that just portrayed a level of like tension or discrimination in some regard without, you know, being so blunt about it in a nice fantasy way of like, you know, certain people don't like me, so I don't trust them right now in a panic. Because that's exactly right. When you're in a panic and you think everything is going to hell, you don't trust people. Yes. That's how you do it. Without saying anything. That's a tough fight. right. I don't think that this is a... Okay. God, that animation is just so gorgeous, man. Ooh. Oh, it's like an upgraded fire. Heck yeah. Very cool. In fact, let's get rid of you and get another AoE, because I think we can do something cool with that AoE. Are you alright? No, I just killed Herzog, Ty. He was my friend. He worked in the mines and sold me the best ore, and now he is dead. I am sorry. He always had my back, and now I put a knife in his. It's not your fault. If not mine, then whose? Good writing. Oh. Nice. So you can place the fire behind them, right? And then push them into the fire. So you can start, like, strategically working the map. That's exactly how that works. I don't understand why there's so many monsters up here. If this was the guild's doing, that everyone running here is doomed. The guild would not kill its own people like this. For once, I hope they are innocent. There are so many infected, so many monsters. Look, there are guards, mages. The guild is stopping this. No, the guards are keeping the infection inside, not out. The monsters are coming from the guild hall. That can't be. Kalala was here today, working. If she was here, then... Please don't be in here. Oh... The plot thickens. Alright, boss fight. Oh. Stop that. Welcome, Vengeful. Damn, he got me because I tapped out. This is one is labeled Revenge, right? Oh, really, Vengeful? It was a good morning. That's what I like to hear. We're gonna do this boss battle. Very tough. Man, I don't even want to go to the Cringe. This is nice. Get rid of that and let's put more of that in there. We can actually put all of that. So it's gradually increasing our strength. Right. Okay. So real quick, let's go to main menu. So this game is called... Oh, that looks like Australia too a little bit. The Land of Glass. I recommend this game, Land of Glass. I want to check one thing though. If I do this real quick, is it a different is it a different start? Oh, it is a different start. Okay, well, there you go. So every story is different. Fantastic. I wanted some joy tonight. Maybe. That's a very interesting game. Very, very satisfying. We'll see. I do have a list of all the games we have played that have been good. And maybe one day when we just want like to have a good day, we'll return. But yeah, The Land of Glass. Was a good game. Right. All right. This game is called Spree. Speer. All right. Headset warning. Here we go. Is it on Steam? Mighty Jack, do you have... Hold on, you said this is called The Land of Glass, right? Let's go up here. What is this? Yeah, $15. Land of Glass. It only has 9 user reviews. What the hell? He played this for 1.1 hours. Jesus Christ. The artistic generation of maps became repetitive. That's called consistency. I received this product for free. And the day I don't feel like it has a lot. It was not that I was not having a lot of fun. Product refunded. The type of combat you have to kind of understand. Most of all these reviews are people who received it for free. This person commented plus. How do you know? I disagree with this. I literally have been playing shit before. Like, literal shit of games. This game is way better than the most, I would say. That is really unfortunate. Well, good game. If you want to play it, there it is. I don't agree with the reviews. You could tell because they gave the game out for free that the game dev was trying to get traction for his game. And it's probably, and all it did was end up burning him a little bit. So he was trying. Yeah, it's exactly right. Yeah, it's not... It's simplicity. It's well written. I mean, I don't think this game is 10 out of 10. I mean, I could pick at some things if I played it a bit longer, but... For only an hour they played? I played for 30 minutes, and I was like, I was wanting to play another 30 minutes. Anyway. Well, there you go. Yeah, I think that game deserves a bit more traction than that. And it's 3 years old, 2018. Almost 4, so unfortunate. All right, let's go play this piece of crap, shall we? Start the timer. Okay, no sound. I have a controller. Thank you for not starting in full screen. And I... Thank you for, like, giving me no options, no nothing. So I gotta turn down the volume. Another platformer. A bit puzzling. Okay. So the spear always is going to about like right below my nose of my character. So while I'm falling, it doesn't quite work. I thought the same thing, but no. Spear to throwing it doesn't work. So like again, you see. And that's as high as my jump goes. Oh, if I press them at the same time. Ah. It works if I press them at exactly the same time. In fact, this almost seems cheesy. Oh, we can't go up a pixel. Eh. Not a bad game, but kind of meh. Kind of your kind of generic. Vengeful. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, it's kind of like some kid gloves. timing... I don't watch that much South Park, Vengeful. South Park, I would say was before my thing. I do appreciate it, though. But I only saw, like, 1 or 2 episodes. And I've been linked the WoW episode before. But, like, snippets, not the full episode. Timing's a little tight there. What's that, Vengeful? What have I forced? Maybe. How much shit are you gonna end up sending me, Vengeful? Do I need to prepare myself? Ah. We'll see. Okay, so based off of the way this level is, I don't think what I'm doing right here, this, is intended. To where you can kind of cheese it to jump like that. I really don't think that's intended. I don't know how to do it. No, I can't hit the metal. So I have to jump and then do it. I'm trying to figure out... If so, just do it and move at the same time. So, you shoot a higher than your character, except for when you shoot before. So, like, if I do this, if I jump and shoot, see, it goes there. You lose momentum. And it's instantaneous. So like if I'm jumping. That sets me all the way over. I don't understand. So you have to place, then jump to it. So if I jump, so it always goes, you see my little pixel of my hand and my nose? That's where it will always go, except for when I spam it at the same time. It makes it just like appear underneath me. Okay, I understand something now. A bit better. It is intentional. I thought it was not intentional. Yes, it does. Not by much, though. "13 minutes, Vengeful. Aren't you happy?" Soundtrack speaks to your soul. I have no idea how many levels there are to this. How about this, Vengeful? Is that better? Is that better, Vengeful? I don't think there's anything more to this. I think this is pretty much it. Again, not a bad game, I would say, but a little generic. Oh, Big Chungus. Do I have Big Chungus? Hold on. Did I put it in miscellaneous? Did I not bookmark? I did not bookmark Big Chungus. Hold on, I have a recording. One moment. Come on, hard drive, you're slow. That'll be it for this game. We'll play Big Chungus real quick. Vengeful, request it. And I want Big Chungus as well. I have a recording of it. By the way, I tried to make it an alert for a sub. A tier 2 sub to be exact. And it was too much, apparently. By the way. But I do have a file called Big Chungus. Let's play that real quick. Where's my audio? Oh, will not play it? Oh. Hold on, it'll play this. Here we go. Short version. The Our House meme? No, but I did get the beaver. I love that I'm just doing something completely random. Vengeful. This is what I wanted to play every time someone did a tier 2 sub, by the way. It would let me. What's that, Jeff? Right. All right. Stand alone. Headset warning. I'm going to go ahead and turn that down. Sound on or off? Jesus. All right, let's turn that down even more and start the timer. Okay. All the pew pew indeed. Damn. I got killed twice without even realizing it. Can we just play... You know what? I want to play Galactica. Is there a way to play Galactica? You know the arcade game? I used to play that in the movie theater. I think it's Galactica. All this does is make me want to play that. Welcome Susporn, yeah, asteroids, yeah. Yeah, I just want to play Galactica. Kill the little bees. So... The respawn iframes are very short. Or centipede. You know, I could go for some centipede right now. It's like a sideways centipede a little bit. Okay. I was above that rocket, but sure. I was trying to see if I can get past that. Damn. Okay. Oh, do they restart once they go past? Oh. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay. Okay, new enemy type. Wow! Wow! Damn, you got me. Okay. Complexity has increased. Jesus. Yes, that does happen, Cessborn. Yes, it's called the gamer wander is what you're experiencing. It's called gamer wander. Right? It's when you're going through the motions of the game, but you're kind of forgetting, so you're just kind of wandering about. It happens. Well, that game is kind of short and thing. I don't think there's much to it. Meh. Okay. Interesting. Pew pew. Maybe you want to play Galactica. That's all I really think there is to that game. I want some Cringe. I'm a little thirsty right now for some Cringe, and that game was kind of meh, so it wasn't bad enough to be cringe. I want Cringe. No. Okay, I think I know one that's cringe. What is this? No. No. What about this one? Okay, this one, I don't know if that one will be... What is this? Okay, I think this will be cringe. This thumbnail looked interesting. Love Hughes. Headphone warning. Probably a dating sim. Okay, turned it down. We're good. Noctis already buckling in. All right, let's fire up that timer. Start game. Welcome to Love Hughes. You'll be able to play this game as soon as you agree to the ELA and privacy policy. Wait, what? Yes. Before you start the game, would you like to see a list of potentially sensitive topics that may come up in Love Hughes? Yes. It sounds like a Christmas dinner. Flashing images, character injury / death / illness. Or .. hear me. The stream again. I know it'll fade away as soon as I wake up, no matter how much I try to hold on to it. There's a faint buzzing, a moth shadow crowding over the burning crowding over the burning sun. Someone trying to shout my name, but the sound is always muffled, muted. How do you know it's your name if it's muted? I try to move forward, but my every step feels heavy and belligered, okay? I want to reach the person who's calling out to me, but... Me? Find me? Find me? I slowly came to and stretched before I could even think to turn on the lights in my room. I heard a metallic rattling outside my window. I heard that family clattering for years, the gentle click as the mailbox was unlocked, the creak as its door was swung open, and the hollow clunking as the mail was tucked inside. Most of work had dropped off their daily mail into the family mailbox, and with it, maybe I'd finally see my acceptance letter. Alright, college. Alright. I'd rush into some presentable daytime clothes before I stumbled down the steps to my house, overwhelmed by the sunlight outside. Alright. My eyes hurt and stung as they adjusted to the new surroundings, and I impatiently felt around for my family mailbox. Finally, my pupils were small enough that I could comfortably see again. I quickly opened the mailbox and ripped out a single letter. For a second, I couldn't breathe. Its envelope was a smooth cream white, and Falls insignia was proudly printed on the front. My cry of excitement shrilled up in my throat when I realized that it wasn't necessarily my acceptance letter. I turned it over a few times, trying to focus on the vitality feel of the envelope instead of its contents. Right? But I bet this game has got better reviews for some stupid reason, I bet. I had wanted this since grade 10 to attend the most prestigious university in our province, to attend its amazing lectures, to walk through its facilities as one of its pupils. Was I really good enough to be accepted? Finally began to pick up at the side of the envelope. My hand shook. This was it. It tore a little bit. I peeled it open cautiously and gulped in a breath as I pulled out the letter. Dear my balls, we are delighted to tell you that you have been accepted to Falls West. Oh God. My controller did that. I'm sorry. God dang it. Can we go back? Back. Here we go. The academic year will begin on September 3rd. Okay. I punched the air in excitement and hopped on the spot, trying not to yell the neighborhood down. Not to yell the neighborhood down. I was in. This was really happening. Please send us a passport-style photo of yourself along with your pronouns. We will create your student ID within 1 week of receiving these items. Right? Okay. Oh, right. I can't believe I forgot about that, too. I can't believe I'm really going to Falls. Let's find that picture. Oh, boy. Welcome, Play! Hey, welcome to the Cringe. I flipped through my phone's gallery eagerly. Here we go. My balls. Perfect. I continue to skim the letter. Right, you will be staying in the sundial dormitories during your studies. Please find attached a list of textbooks that you'll need for the first year in your program. It has been built based on your chosen courses. Why would you be sorry, Play? I'm here so you're not alone. Welcome.
Be not afraid. The forest nymphs have taught me how to please a woman.
You're fine. But this is cringe. So do prepare. I don't know, science and maths. Alright, I need to get my things packed and moved to the dorms. My post-secondary career will kick off in 2 weeks. What is your issue, Play? My issue is, this is apparently what my balls look like. They have glasses! I came to the large campus ahead of me and suddenly felt a bit of self-conscious. My first day at Falls University was officially underway. We didn't... smoother than expected. Oh. Right. Play, if that's the case, I don't know what it is in your area, but I would call for help. That's not so, you don't fuck around with that. Yeah, call your medical emergency. Whatever. For me, it's 911. For you, I don't know, but I would do that. Go immediately get that taken care of. Do it. You need to be alive to be able to, like, feel things going forward. So, yeah, I love you, Play. But don't be on the stream right now. Go make that call. Go get help immediately. Doesn't matter. If something like that's happening, you have to go. Do that. Would be my recommendation. Especially if you're, like, feeling off and you have a fever. Fever probably means infection. So, yeah, that's very serious. And if you're burning time now, that's valuable time that could be spent. Yeah. Yeah, you have to. Yeah, they can't know what you're thinking, so you have to go do that. Go Play. There's no winning that argument for me. Right? My dad did the same thing. He waited and waited and waited, and then he needed a heart transplant. So before you have to, like, get your leg amputated, go seek medical attention immediately. Okay? Don't fuck around with that. I don't want people to not be around. Go to emergency room. Go to somewhere where they can't turn you away. They'll work out all that and all their bureaucrat crap. But you need to be around to where if something happens, like your heart stops, they can do something. Like shock you, because I think if your heart stops, I don't think you can count on your unconscious body to stick it in the socket. Being crazy. Play over here gambling with your own life. Madman. Alright, we gazed at large conscious, or the large campus. Blah. It was bustling with activity on campus already. Volunteers in neo blue shirts walked around helping dozens of new students. Just do it. They'll be really nice on the phone. Just say whatever you need to say. I think and a medical issue don't go together. Don't be a dumbass play. Don't be like the people that you criticize, right? Go seek medical attention immediately. If you know your own body, if you feel worried or if there's any chance, that's more chance than is needed. Do it now. Go do it now. Please. I do not want to all of a sudden just play no longer appears around. That would be very sad. A lot of people don't come around and I worry about them, so. Anyway. Please do that. All of chat, please tell Play to go do that. For the love of God. That's not irrelevant to this. I do not. For a few years? No, that's fucking irrelevant. Go seek medical attention. For Christ's sake. I would much rather everybody here not be subbed, but be live and well and be here for many more years to come. I understand. Why are you still talking? Go call. God dang it. What's your fever then? Go call. Get that taken care of. Let them get some antibiotics, get some fluids in you. Killing me. Yes, you have a fever. They're gonna if they don't know what it is, they'll put you on broad spectrum antibiotics, and if they do know what it is, they'll put it on antibiotics that fight said bacteria. Every moment, every second could make the difference between life or death. I think everybody wants to be alive. I know I do. Anyway. Go do it, Play. Right. The Welcome Back Fair was especially busy. People were browsing through the different booths to get free goodies and general information about the school. Alright. So we're getting all comfortable with the school. Show affection points? A blonde student bolted towards me. Despite their lightning-fast sprint, they were barely out of breath. The person's lively for a Monday morning. Very fit student. So sorry, would you know where the language wing is? I've been running around for the last 30 minutes, but I'm totally lost. I think I've passed the hallway 3 times already. I just got here. How the hell am I supposed to follow me? Yeah. I'm new too. Actually, I just moved to the dorms a week ago, so I had a chance to learn the campus grounds. So I had a chance to learn the campus grounds. Are you in English 131? Okay. Are you heading to that class right now? We're classmates. That's so cool. Don't lead her to the to a dark corridor. We'll see. Well, really, I guess we'll be able to keep up with we'll be able to keep each other updated on projects and stuff. Okay, this is. Once you ask their name. Eventually, we glance at anything but each other. They cleared their throat and fiddled with their schedule. What awkward silence? That happens. You just stand next to somebody and be quiet. It's fine. You can coexist at the same time. Oh my god. Just go talk to somebody. I never had this issue. Oh. We actually spoke over each other. They shrunk away. They and began to look for a way out. Jesus Christ. So, hey, what's your name? We did have something else to talk about. Again, when you first meet somebody, right? Oh, follow me. All right, what's your name? Schedule. This is the time. Get coordinated. Oh god. They blushed as they spoke, tucking a strand of hair back. Sorry, I'm so scatterbrained sometimes. I'm Toby. Okay. Nice to meet you, Toby. My name is My Balls. I'm so glad to have met my classmate already. I'm My Balls. Right, yeah, me too. If you don't mind, if I sit with you during English? Not at all. Thank you. They sat so deeply and relieved that they almost seemed 2 inches shorter. I was afraid to ask. Do you pick where you sit? I've not actually been to college. I don't know this, but like typically when I sat in a class, what little I did, like they assigned, like based off of your name or something. You don't always get to pick that. My history teacher was okay with that. You could sit wherever you wanted. It's just I'm always worried about being too much and annoying people, you know. You need no assigned seating? Okay. Here I am oversharing with the first few minutes of knowing you. Listen, at least in uni you don't get like a bathroom pass, I hope. Okay. Like, hey, yeah, I'm here studying. I'm an adult. Can I go take a piss? Yeah, thank you. Freaking Spanish teacher. Ugh. And here I am oversharing within the first few minutes of knowing you. Yeah, and it depends on, like, you send it and, yeah. They're paid either way, you do the study, and based on, it's your choice of, you know, intake, whatever, and, yeah, exactly right. Alright, alright, this is all this awkward conversation, can we move forward? What program are you in? Bachelor of Science program. That's a diverse field. I did love biology back in high school. So apparently we're near where we need to go in class, but all I see is science and fine R, or it should be arts. We looked down the steps of the lecture hall together. Practically every row was crammed full of first-year students. Most people kept to themselves and set up their notepads or laptops. Half the tense room flinched when a metal water bottle crashed and clattered on the hard bottom floor. See, I'd be the kind of person that if I got really stressed, I'd walk in and be like, "Hey, everybody, I've arrived! You can get back in your seats!" Everyone stare at me awkwardly and then I go sit somewhere. I would do that without a problem. If it was like too tense. The seasoned professor up front hadn't even blinked, nor did he bat an eye as poor first year scrambled down to pick it up. A thrill of excitement made my heart flutter once I recovered from the shock. My first lecture in a lecture hall at Falls. You're listening to a lecture. You go to, this is like going to a concert. Like, a bunch of people are there. We're here to listen to something. Get comfortable. Look around. Where do you want to be? Does anyone look interesting? Go to that person. Go sit there. I bit my lip. Oh, God. There's an empty seat near the front. This is all thanks to our excellent navigation skills. I'll get you a coffee sometime as reimbursement. This extra nicety is just going on for far too long. One of these seats was beside me. The lecture hall became completely quiet as the professor's computer weird to life right after I'd grabbed my own supplies. If I hadn't turned to lift my laptop from my backpack, I wouldn't have seen the classroom door creak open one last time. A student with dark curls stuck his head around the corner, surveyed the situation, and strutted in with a confidence I could only dream of. He was still quiet enough that he somehow managed to avoid irking the professor. Just like us, he checked the room and reassigned himself to the front row. Our eyes met, his gaze lit up as though he'd seen a long-lost friend, and I blinked back in surprise. By now, Toby looked at me probably weirded out by the fact that it was taking me a minute to remove my laptop. Right? The student finished his walk down the steps and joined my side with an easygoing smile. Yeah, like a normal individual. Let me take that back. Latecomer. Well, that's a good porn name. Well, looks like I'm right on. His gaze slid from me to Toby, and his grin faded a bit. Time. Toby, it's been a while. You look well. Although his tone was warm, I just caught a barely audible, flat undertone to it. I smiled nervously and turned my attention to the professor, squaring my shoulders a bit to try and discourage further conversation. However, Toby leaned forward to glare at him. This honestly was so unlike the Toby I knew so far. Wait. This person like leaned forward to affecting this person, like looking at this person. This is honestly was unlike the Toby I knew so far. You've met this that makes no sense. You can't judge from somebody meeting you in the hallway and talking to now. Unlike the Toby you knew? Alright. That's a lot of assuming there. I've been fine, yes, James. Why are you here? James. I've been at the school for just about 3 years, you know. It's not that weird for me to be on campus. By the way, you'll get wrinkles if you keep glaring. Cut it out. You can't be taking this class if you're a third-year student. Aren't you well past entry-level courses already? I am, but I didn't have to take English as prerequisite up to now, so I just put it off. Didn't like essays. That's an unfortunate quality for a science-focused student. Okay. James just beamed back, unfazed. Irritably, Toby gestured at him and hissed. Hissed! And dude, this class has like 20 sections. How did you pick the same one as me? Because he saw you, recognized you, decided to sit next to you because you're probably the most familiar face in the entire goddamn class. That's what you do. Goes to the known quantity instead of an unknown quantity. That's nature. Well, I sensed that there was someone in section 101B who utterly disliked me, so I simply had to enroll in it. Gotcha, Sussborn. I don't know if college would like me now. I would be a very disgruntled individual. I'd probably argue with too many people. Because if someone that came to me with like that type of like logic, I'd be like, yeah, no, I disagree. I would just disagree with a lot of things, and they would look at me like, they would probably hate me. I would be very good. I would think too independently. Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't argue. It'd be like, yeah, I disagree. I say that a lot to a lot of things, and we'll walk away. They rummage through their backpack, set up their own notepad. Or I wouldn't, would have had a chance. The awkward silence didn't last long enough for me to disturb them. Okay. The next hour and a half remained a little awkward since Toby didn't interact with me due to the presence of the third-year student. Yeah, because they know each other. Did you ask his name? My poor first lecture experience. Shook my head. I wouldn't let their bickering ruin my first day. A few minutes, I'd be free. On your right side. The third-year student slid me a note, keeping his eyes on the professor all the while. As soon as the professor looked down for a second, he gave me a warm, somewhat embarrassed smile that reduced my annoyance a bit. I checked that Toby wasn't watching. They were still focused on the professor, and pulled the note over. It cracked as I opened it. They're sorry about the argument earlier. It wasn't an argument. Didn't mean to have you literally in the middle of it. I meant to greet you. That's just not how people react. Most people would have ignored. 9 out of 10 people would have been like, whatever. They wouldn't care. People don't have this much caring. They don't. Toby and I just have a shared history, but we won't drag you into it. Why is that dashed out? I'll try my best not to drag you into it. Why do I give a fuck? I glanced back to the professor. He was scribbling his contact info on the board as well as links to the course syllabus. Did he chalk in a QXR code to scan? Arthur may have a type. Arthur might have a type. That's true. We'll do, since I was telling Play to go get help, which Play should, because I want Play in good health, we'll add 5 more minutes real quick. Alright. Yeah. Did you call? Are you going to go to the emergency room? I quickly scribbled a reply back. See, I would legitimately reply this. It's okay. Was your name James? I'm my balls. He took no time in answering. Yep, it's a pleasure to meet you. As I said earlier, I'm a third-year student currently taking a pre-med studies. Shouldn't we... Okay. Right, okay. He tore off a slice of paper. My GPA standing is a 3.8. This does look like a vagina, yeah. When the little finger action. Anyway, god damn it. Thank you, champ, for that. Why are we? What's the importance of this? My GPA is 3.8. I don't. Oh, Susborn, you should totally mention it if you see penises or vaginas, you should totally mention it to me as a streamer and in my chat. These things must go noticed. Write a dry reply. Write a joking reply. I flipped the paper over and wrote down my answer. My balls. Very impressive, but it holds no comparison to my flawless 4.0. Oh, God. You know, this is the same level of joking as like a doctor goes to another doctor. Hey, doctor. Oh, the patient. Yeah, I killed one. Oh, you killed one? I killed two. As I read his final answer, I noticed that people were getting up and heading for their next class. James stretched luxuriously, and Toby glared even harder at him. So, my balls. Are you my first year student? Are you a first year student? I don't think I've seen you around. Did we not just... Granted, we had 10,000 plus students, but... Yes, I am. I actually upgraded my grades when I left high school, so I could have been a second year student, but life happens, I guess. Okay. Cool, you're 19, right? Definitely legal. I nodded, and James beamed. Upgraded his grades? Yes, I guessed correctly. Haha, either way, welcome to Falls. It's such a nice school. You'll fit in within a few weeks. If you'd like a tour. Toby cleared their throat. Class is over, James. I heard pre-med's pretty intense. Don't you have another course to attend? Okay, so if that happened, I would have then interjected being like, yes, James, I would like a tour. Like, because someone's being nice to me and showing me something. Oh, you thought I said show erection points in the top left corner? At this kind of game, I would expect erection points. Who's Toby to interject and decide what I want, what's best for me? What the fuck is this? I winced at how direct Toby's anger was at this time. I don't give a shit. Even James seemed a little off. He paused and scratched the back of his head and quickly recovered his gusto. Actually... Alright, I have a lunch... Okay. Alright. 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 Enough of that. We spent 35 minutes like getting a letter, going to college, and then going to college, and all the extra things and all the niceties that it just would not come. What did you come back to? Upgraded grades. Right. Stupid. Makes no sense. Ugh. Right. Okay. Next game. Ollie and Bolly. Headphone warning. Could be loud. No, I'm wasting 30 minutes to find the cringe in the game for comedy. All right? And disbelief. Because you gotta experience the bad to know the good. Giggity. And it's cringe gaming.
佐克波普
Ah! Okay. There should be a sub alert. What is this? Return the sheep, fix the cart, plant 3 trees in the orchard, rebuild the shed. Yes, that's true, Nox. Sheep pen. What is this? Shed. Alright, we have to rebuild the shed. Oh, God. Ha! Come here. Grab the sheep. Grab it. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, there's a couple of sheeps. Alright, so let's... Okay. So we have a watering can. We can dig a hole. There's a sheep there. We have a to-do list. I can't grab this metal sheep. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's not a good roof at all. Oh, cut the sheep rope. That's a good point. There's an apple up there we gotta get. Come here, time to cut off your balls. Ah! Alright, let's get the metal sheet. I need to dig a hole over here. Where's the shovel? Where did we end up putting the shovel? Oh, next to the fallen tree. Thank you. Okay. Because I think we have to dig a hole to be able to make a shed. Oh, we have to hold. Wait, how did the sheep get out? Why can't I get this apple? Alright, the sheep is tied. Can I detach this? I feel like this needs to be detached. Maybe not. Alright, let's go maybe look around, see what we got going on. So there's another sheep there. We get wool and make a rope. What the hell is this? It's a playground. What the hell? Do you need another tall post than... Maybe, I don't know. Okay. I think I need something like a slingshot or something so I can hit things in a tree. Oh, a saw. Here we go. That's a good question. Also, why is that apple freaking out? Alright, grab it. It's a really retarded way to do this. Get off the log! Alright. Can I, Oh, because that's exactly how that works. Okay. Hold on. I know it's not in the right. Okay, let's just get a shovel and fix that real quick. Where did I put my shovel? I set it down over here, didn't I? I think I took it over here. Let's go get the shovel. Did I? How have I lost the shovel again? It's in the sheep pen. Oh, we need to cut the big tree. Okay. Okay. You think that's in the right place? Alright, hold on. I think... No? Okay. I think we need to fix the fence. Oh. Well, that's convenient. How does placing the ladder on that side help me? Come on! Can we not place a ladder? Holy Jesus, criminy Christ. Now we can't get to the ladder. Great game. Great game, we can't get to the ladder now. F it, we'll make another one. We'll just, you know, burn down more nature. Get out of my way. Okay. Now. Place the damn ladder! I don't understand! Can I cut down the apple tree? Hold on. Can we just cut down? That's a good question. Yeah, this is how you saw down a tree. Our twerking is killing the tree. Tree death by twerking. 2020, everybody. Okay. No, don't pick up the apple, you moron! What? Give me the apple. Let go. Thank you. Leave apple here. What? Put down the apple. Give me. There. See, that's orchard. We need to fix the orchard. What is this? Hold on to that. That's where you'll be useful. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. take this piece of paper, right? I'm gonna shove it up your ass over there later. Alright. Come to me. Okay. Might need to use the fallen tree? What fallen tree? Oh, the other pillars do have rope. That's true. Alright, hold on. Can we make a fence real quick? Can we repair this fence better? Do we need to get this? We have to probably cut it. Hold on. Where's the other sheep? It's the big bad wolf. He's coming. Now he looks like he's out in the bushes. Yeah, because that's how we want to attach the rope. This makes no sense. Does that make sense? Oh, you can turn it back to wool. Okay. Hold it. Okay. I'm gonna assume that we need something else for that. Let's keep exploring real quick. Okay, we have a ladder. Oh, maybe we need a ladder over here? For some reason? Alright. I don't know what the hell's going on over here. Okay, let's go deal with the sheep real quick. The fallen tree near the planted apple. Okay. Oh. What's going on with the sheep legs? Did you see that? The sheep is possessed! It's not a sheep, it's a goat! Ender sheep. Alright, let's go to this. Oh, this log. Okay. It's not muddy. Wait, do we have to wash the end of it? Why are you so derpy at holding shit? Oh my god. It's correct! Alright, let's get the ladder out of here. So wait, hold on. Can I wash the end of this? Alright, we'll go plant a tree. Over here. Hey. Hey, you want an apple? Hey. Hey! Okay. That does not work. Okay. Yeah, we definitely need to water the apple saplings. No! Don't attach the rope! Let it go! Alright, there we go. Now, can I grab the rope? There we go. I don't... Oh, God. Let go! Okay, good. Come here. I'm riding a sheep. I'm riding the sheep! I didn't know what this was, but this is not... Put the rope on the sheep. I don't care if you put it up his ass. You attach the... What is his legs doing? Don't... Why the fuck would we attach it to the fence? Oh my god. What am I holding? I'm holding myself. Alright, how do we... Okay. So how do we get the sheep out of here? Saw the log? Maybe. Let's try. You know what I don't like about this game right now? It makes me feel dumber than I am. Also, what the hell's over here real quick? What is this? Oh, yay. Camera angle. Yeah. Look, he's running. You can't get the saw, can you? Come on, get the saw! Alright. I can't jump with the saw. No, it won't work. No. No. Saw doesn't work on that. What are we doing? Let go! Thank you. Jesus. Don't try to make it funny. I'm not. I was trying to do something with a saw. Okay. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm trying to do the objective. It's just that derpy. Get the shovel. Okay, hold on. If we're doing this, it's about to go. This effing game. Can we fix this? There we go. Go dig up the tire. Well, there you go, chat. There's that game. Whatever that monstrosity is. Oh. Alright, what is this clip? What is this? Alright, let's mute that for a second. What is this clip? Get over here. Let's go get the shovel. Get over here. Let's go get the shovel. Get over here. Oh! Let's go get the shovel. I'm just not saying it! He jumped and did a flip! Let's go get the shovel. Get over here. What is he doing? I didn't even see that! Let's go get the shovel. Get over here. 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 Well, there we go. Ollie and Bolly. That's an outdoor estate. That monstrosity. We've got more. We've got the Cringe games. We gotta go find the Cringe. It's not fun gaming. It's cringe gaming. You should post that in the Discord, by the way, Mighty Jack. I'm glad everyone enjoyed that. That was a nice reprieve from the little college bullshit we went through, huh? Night Sauce Board, thanks for stopping by. It's a fantastic evening. Alright. Let's not do that one. Nah. No. Don't do that. No! Risk system. Let's try that. Headset warning. Seizure warning. Okay. Okay. An outer dimensional force paradise has invaded. Using replicated matter as a host, their energy can subjugate the human. One pilot, immune to parasite influence. An experimental ship made from pre-gate technology. Okay. Sure, what is this? Okay.
See that? An ace flying an unproven prototype always draws a crowd.
The RSK-9 was built to get you in and out of danger fast. Flying near enemy fire will charge your ship's barrier breaker. It's an extremely powerful weapon and can hit otherwise out-of-reach targets. When deployed, it emits an inverse waveform to enemy fire, so theoretically it...
Don't worry, I'll figure it out in practice.
I trust you will. Good luck.
All right, hold on. Let's turn that down just a little bit. Right, okay. All the pew pew. I don't know how I feel about this. The shooting sound is a bit. I don't like the shooting sound. Oh. I don't know what the B does. B is probably something when it's fully charged. Okay. So you shoot automatically. So it's all about just dodging. Okay. Yeah, I agree with that play. We played a much better Pew Pew Arcade, which is what Nox was talking about, which is the intro every time now, the intro song every time when we play Cringe Gaming Sunday now, because it's that amazing.
Hey there, intruder. You look familiar.
Oh. I'm not getting any health, so we might die. The last time it was safe above. What? It was safe above last time. Jesus. I don't get... See, that... Okay, so it was safe then, but not safe before. Okay. 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 So we had to move with. Damn it. There we go.
Much of a rifle to you.
I gotta see right.
You made it. I was worried.
I always pull through. Remember when everyone thought I died?
The enemy has reached the capital armory and are currently securing a cache of weapons they intend to transit back to the gate. Now that you've broken that old fleet out of impound, you'll take point to the decommissioning plant for some weapons of our own.
Yes, I saw that, Jim. That is true. Yeah. Like, you get, like, the friction from the shield. Gives you, like, some energy. Ooh, it's raining. Yeah. That's true too, Play, yeah. That works. It's very arcadey, I'll give it that. I tried, it seems like I get hit.
I can feel it. Ashley's gone. Please defeat me too, Elise. Yes, Val. I'll try.
Okay. Please, Elise, I can feel it. I can feel it. I wasn't sure where to stand there. There is gotta be a way for me to go through the shots? Oh, that was a waste. So that's me. So that's me trying to time that. Okay. That's not clear. Like, there's no way for me to go. Maybe I have to get behind it? Ah, trying to get in that sweet spot. I mean, this works. Controls are a bit floaty. I think that's cheese, what I found. To me, this feels like cheese. It does seem like cheese, doesn't it? Oh. Oh. Oh, nope, got me. Gotta go up. These boss fights are a little intense. Like, analog up, down. No. Oh, I know what we do for that phase. Watch this. This is cool. I know what to do. As long as I don't, you know, get hit and die. Okay. Right, you have to use that breaker, charge up and then breaker and then go through. That's how you do that. Ah. Yeah, that's how you do that.
Being under their control, I could stand it. If I wasn't alone.
Rank C. Got it. Woohoo!
Elise, are you still in control?
I've told you, there's nothing to worry about.
I'm sorry. There's no time to.
Bombardment? I'd say they're onto us, Commander.
Wolf and a large detachment are approaching, likely using the bombardment to distract us from their movements.
Understood. Moving out.
Ooh. Damn. The hitboxes for getting hit is actually pretty big, I would say. Damn. The dodge is only like relevant when you're locked on. I wish I could dodge. If I could dodge through the bullets, this would be so much cooler because you could like, you would actively would be like going up and down. But you can't dodge through the bullets. Damn. All right. God, I really... There's like... Because in bullet hells, there's always an opening to recover. And there was no recovering in that. I could choose just to dodge and not get hit. Oh yeah, there's no iframes. Damn. Alright. Let's go to title screen. It's got cool art and cool animations. I'll give it that. But yeah, no. Yeah. It's a meh. Also, I want to play this real quick. Because this is banging music. Don't interrupt. This was from our last arcade game, and we were shooting to this. This was good. I love that. This is good. Yeah, this is great. As it should be. And then you would like do it, and then your bullets would sink in with this, and you would be like... And this was, something, was it Space Campus? I think this is what this was from. I need to play a lot of things. I am currently playing Metroid, mind you, by the way. And Metroid has been a lot of hell. Let me tell you. A lot of hell. But I've loved it. And that's going to be the end of Cringe Gaming. Play. Do get the feeling better, by the way. You have me concerned. Please let me know if you're still 4 hours to go. Yeah, let me know how that goes. Please shoot me a DM. I would like to know. I don't want anyone in my herd or my flock to go missing. Yeah, try to get some sleep. Absolutely. Anyway, thank you for watching. I do really, really appreciate it. And of course, don't forget, if you want to enjoy the cringe and embrace the faces you make, like the one in front of us, you must stay unstoppable. Woohoo! I'll see everyone beautiful faces tomorrow. Have yourselves a great night. Bye-bye.